the Pass Keeper. In the heart of the Drakensberg, the Dragon Mountains, where the great escarpment rises like a wall between the lowlands and the sky, there is a pass. The people call it the Sani Pass, though its true name is older, spoken in languages that predate even the Sand people who painted their stories on these mountain walls. It is not the highest pass, nor the widest, but it is the steepest. A narrow ribbon of stone and earth that climbs 1,300 meters in just 8 kilometers, switchback by switchback, from the grasslands of KwaZulu-Natal to the high plateau of Lesotho, the mountain kingdom. This is a story about that pass, and about the dwarf who keeps it. But before we meet him, we must understand what came before. In the lowlands, in a small town called Underberg at the foot of the Great Mountains, lived a dwarf named Braam. Braam was, by all accounts, an excellent stonemason. His hands, broad and strong as all dwarves' hands are, could shape rock with a precision that made other craftsmen shake their heads in admiration. He built walls that would stand for centuries, steps that fit together like puzzle pieces, foundations that settled into the earth as if they had always been there. His workshop stood on the edge of town, a sturdy building of stone and thatch, where the ring of hammer on chisel marked the hours like a clock. Braam would arrive before dawn and work until the light failed, shaping sandstone and basalt into useful, beautiful things. Garden walls, thresholds, monuments for the departed. Each piece was made with care, with attention to the grain of the stone, the weight of history in his hands. People respected Braam. They brought him work, paid him fairly, and invited him to celebrations. He had a reputation, a place in the community, a life that many would consider successful. And yet, Braam felt empty. It wasn't a loud emptiness, the kind that makes a person cry out, break things, or run away dramatically. It was a quiet emptiness, like a room with all the furniture in place but no one living in it. He would wake in the mornings in his small cottage behind the workshop and feel nothing. Not sadness exactly, not despair, just a profound sense that he was in the wrong place, doing the wrong work, living the wrong life. He tried to ignore it. He told himself he was being foolish, ungrateful. He had good work, a solid reputation, and enough money to live comfortably. What more did a dwarf need? But the feeling wouldn't leave. It grew stronger over the months, over the years, until it became a constant weight in his chest. He would finish a wall, a beautiful wall, perfectly level. Stones fitted so tightly a knife blade couldn't slip between them, and feel nothing. No pride, no satisfaction, just the same hollow ache. He started having dreams. In the dreams, he was climbing, always climbing. Up narrow paths, through mist so thick he could barely see his own hands. The air was thin, cold, tasting of snow and stone. His legs ached with the effort, his lungs burned, but he kept climbing, because he knew, with the certainty that only comes in dreams, that something waited for him at the top. Someone. No, not someone. Something older than people. Something that had been waiting a very long time. He would wake from these dreams with his heart pounding, his hands gripping the blankets, and the feeling would be stronger than ever. The emptiness would feel less like absence and more like hunger, like a compass pointing north, pulling him toward something he couldn't name. The dreams came more frequently, every night, then every time he closed his eyes. He would be working on a wall and suddenly feel dizzy, disoriented, as if he were standing in two places at once. Here in Underberg with hammer in hand, and there on the mountain in the mist and cold. The other dwarves noticed. His cousin Peter asked if he was sick. His friend Marta suggested he see a healer, but Braam knew it wasn't sickness. It was something else, something he didn't have words for yet. And then, one morning in early autumn, when the mountain aloes were beginning to bloom, their deep orange-red flowers on the high slopes, Braam woke and knew. He knew with absolute certainty, with the kind of knowing that lives in the bones, that he had to go to the Sani Pass, not to visit, not to see, to stay, to live, to become something he had never been before. It made no sense. He had never been to the Sani Pass. He had no reason to go there, no work waiting, no family, no ties of any kind. He was a stonemason in the lowlands, not a mountain dweller. The pass was brutal, steep, dangerous, and famous for claiming vehicles and lives. What would a craftsman do there? And yet he knew. The knowing was stronger than reason, deeper than fear. That morning, Braam did not go to his workshop. Instead, he packed a traveling bag. He took his tools. Of course, he took his tools. A dwarf without his tools is only half himself. But he packed light. Clothes for cold weather. A good cloak. A bedroll. Some food. His grandmother's tin cup. He wrote a short letter to Pater, asking him to look after the workshop. He left the keys on the kitchen table. He locked the cottage door and put the key under a specific stone in the garden. Peter would know which one. And then he walked. The town was waking as he left. Smoke rising from chimneys, shopkeepers opening shutters. A few people called greetings. Braam waved but didn't stop. His feet carried him towards the mountains without hesitation, as if they had always known the way. The road to Sani Pass was paved at first, winding through the grasslands. Protea bushes grew alongside it, their strange flowers like something from an ancient dream. Rock hyraxes, the little dassies, sunned themselves on boulders, watching him pass with curious dark eyes. A black eagle circled overhead, riding the thermals. The landscape changed as he walked. The grasslands gave way to rocky slopes. The air grew cooler, sharper. He could see the pass ahead now, a notch in the great wall of the escarpment, and his heart began to beat faster. This is right, something in him said. This is the way. The paved road ended at an old trading post, long abandoned, its stone walls slowly being reclaimed by aloes and wild grass. Beyond this point, the pass became something else, a rough track of gravel and stone, carved into the mountainside, climbing at impossible angles. Braam started up. The first switchback was not too steep. The second made him breathe harder. By the third, his legs were burning, and the air had grown noticeably thinner. He had to stop several times to rest, to let his heart slow, to remind his dwarf lungs how to pull oxygen from this altitude. But he kept climbing. The vegetation changed as he ascended. The protea bushes gave way to smaller, hardier plants. Ericas appeared, low heaths with tiny leaves and bell-shaped flowers, tough enough to survive the mountain winds. Everlastings grew in patches. their woolly gray leaves and bright yellow flowers somehow cheerful, despite the harsh environment. He passed through zones of mist, thick, white, moving clouds that swallowed the world, leaving him in a sphere of dampness with visibility measured in arm lengths. Then he would climb above them, and suddenly be in brilliant sunshine with a sea of white below, the peaks rising like islands from a foam ocean. The air tasted different up here, clean in a way that made the lowland air seem thick by comparison. It tasted of snow and stone and something else, something old, something that might have been there before the mountains themselves. Hours passed. The sun climbed and descended. Braam's legs shook with exhaustion, but the feeling in his chest, that compass pull, that certainty, grew stronger with every step. He saw cairns along the way, piles of stones carefully balanced marking the safe route. Some were old, stone-settled and lichen-covered. Others were newer, recently maintained. Someone had been keeping the pass, he realized. Someone had been maintaining these markers, watching over travelers, tending this threshold. Had been. Past tense. The cairns in the highest sections looked neglected. Several had collapsed. The path was more challenging to follow in places, eroded by winter rains and rockfalls. It had been a while since anyone had properly cared for this place. Braam reached the summit as the sun was setting. The border post, a simple building marking the boundary between South Africa and Lesotho, stood empty. Beyond it, the land opened into a high plateau, and Braam could see for miles in every direction. The world seemed to fall away on all sides, leaving only sky and stone, and the endless golden grassland of Lesotho spreading toward the horizon. The sunset painted everything in shades of rose and gold. The temperature dropped rapidly as the light faded. Braam's breath misted in the air. Near the border post, half hidden by the rocks and tussock grass, he found a stone shelter. It was simple, a circular wall of stacked stones with a conical thatched roof, built into the lee of a large boulder for protection from the wind. Just one room, maybe 4 meters across, a hearth in the center, long and cold. A single window facing east, a wooden door, weathered but solid. The door was unlocked. Braam pushed it open and stepped inside. The shelter was empty, but not abandoned. There was a sleeping platform built along one wall, a simple table and chair, and hooks for hanging things. The hearthstones were clean. The floor was swept. It looked as if someone had lived here, cared for this place, and then simply left. Or died, a quiet voice in Braam's mind suggested. He set down his pack and stood in the center of the small room, feeling the weight of the day's climb in his legs, the thin air in his lungs. The last light of sunset came through the eastern window, painting the stone walls amber. And Braam felt something he hadn't felt in years. He felt right. This place, this small stone shelter at the top of the Sani Pass, this threshold between countries and altitudes and worlds, felt like home in a way his cottage in Underberg never had. The emptiness in his chest, and that hollow ache that had haunted him for so long, eased. Not gone, not yet, but easing, like a knot beginning to loosen. Braam unpacked his bedroll and spread it on the sleeping platform. He gathered some dried dung from the plateau. Cattle and sheep grazed up here, left by Basotho herders, and built a small fire in the hearth. He ate some of the food he'd brought, drank from his grandmother's cup, and sat watching the flames. Outside, the night came down like a curtain. The stars emerged. So many stars, brighter than anything visible in the lowlands, a river of light across the darkness. The wind sang through the stones of the shelter, a low, constant note. Braam closed his eyes and felt the mountain breathing around him. This is right, his bones told him. This is where you're meant to be. He slept deeply that night, without dreams for the first time in months. In the morning, Braam began to work. He didn't question it. He simply knew what needed to be done. The cairns were in disrepair. The path needed maintenance. The pass required a keeper, and somehow, impossibly, inexplicably, he had been called to be that keeper. He started with the cairns closest to the summit. He studied each one carefully, noting which stones were stable and which had shifted. Then, one by one, he rebuilt them. Not just stacking rocks, but fitting them properly, the way a dwarf fits stones, feeling for the balance point, the weight distribution, the way each piece wants to settle against its neighbors. It was familiar work, the kind his hands knew without thinking. But it felt different here, more important somehow, as if these cairns were more than just trail markers, as if they were anchors holding something in place. He worked all day that first day. His dwarf muscles, built for this kind of labor, fell into the rhythm easily. Lift, feel, place, adjust, settle, move to the next. By the time the sun set, he had repaired 6 cairns, and his body ached in the good way, the satisfied way, the way it used to ache when he was young and work was still new and meaningful. He returned to the shelter as darkness fell. He built another fire, ate another simple meal, and sat looking out the eastern window at the stars. Tomorrow, he thought, I'll work on the lower cairns, and then check the water sources. And then his thoughts trailed off as he noticed something. There was light in the darkness outside. Not starlight, not moonlight. The moon hadn't risen yet. This was different. A soft, pale glow, like luminescence, coming from somewhere beyond the shelter. Braam stood and went to the door. He opened it carefully, half expecting to find other travelers, though who would be traveling at night at this altitude he couldn't imagine. The light was coming from the direction of the rock faces, the great cliffs that made up the final section of the pass. He could see it flickering, pulsing gently, like bioluminescence in deep ocean waters. Without thinking, or perhaps thinking too much would have stopped him, Braam pulled on his cloak and boots and stepped out into the night. The cold hit him immediately. The temperature at this altitude dropped fast after sunset, and tonight it was bitter. His breath came in white plumes. The wind cut through his clothing despite its thickness. But the light was there, steady and strange. And Braam felt drawn to it, the same way he'd been drawn to climb the pass in the first place. He walked carefully through the darkness, following the glow. It led him to a section of cliff face he'd noticed earlier in the day, but hadn't had time to explore. A deep overhang in the rock, like the entrance to a cave, partially hidden behind a tumble of boulders. As he drew closer, the source of the light became clear. Rock art. The San people, the first people who had lived in these mountains for 25,000 years, had painted on these rocks images of humans and animals, of hunts and dances and things from the spirit world. He'd known such paintings existed throughout the Drakensberg. He'd even seen photographs of some, but he had never seen them glowing. The paintings covered the rock face under the overhang, protected from weather, preserved by the dry mountain air and the shelter of stone. There were eland, the great antelope that the San had revered, human figures with arms raised, lines and symbols that might have been maps or stories or prayers. And they were glowing, not brightly, not like fire or electric light, but with a soft bioluminescence, as if the paint itself held light within it. Braam stood before the glowing images, his heart pounding, his breath forgotten. "Beautiful, are they not?" said a voice behind him. Braam spun around. At first, he saw nothing, just darkness, stars, the rocks. Then the darkness moved, and he realized it wasn't darkness at all. It was mist, cloud. The mountain's breath made solid. The mist coalesced, forming into a shape. Long, serpentine, massive. Scales that looked like flowing water, like wind made visible. Eyes that glowed with the same soft light as the painted images. Horns or antlers, it was hard to tell, that seemed to catch starlight and bend it. A dragon. "Do not be afraid, Keeper," the dragon said. Its voice was deep, resonant, the sound of wind through mountain passes, of stones settling after centuries. "I am Umoya. I have guarded this threshold for longer than your people have had names for time, and I have been waiting for you." Braam's mind went blank with shock. His dwarf pragmatism, his craftsman's rationality, his assumptions about what was possible and impossible. All of it evaporated in the face of this impossible, beautiful, terrifying creature. He managed to speak, though his voice came out smaller than he liked. "Waiting for me?" Yes, the dragon, Umoya, moved closer, and Braam could see now that its body was not entirely solid. It shifted between mist and scale, between substance and air, as if it existed on the boundary between physical and spiritual. The pass has been without a keeper for 3 turnings of the seasons. I have held it as best I can, but I am spirit, not flesh. I need mortal hands, mortal eyes, a mortal heart to watch over those who travel this threshold. "I don't understand," Braam said, though even as he spoke the words, part of him did understand. The dreams, the calling, the certainty that had brought him here. "Why me?" "Because you were empty," Umoya said simply. "And emptiness is a kind of readiness, because you work in stone, and stone is the language of mountains, because you were willing to listen when this place called to you. Not everyone hears, fewer still answer." The dragon's form rippled, shifting in the starlight. "Come, sit with me. There's much you must understand if you are to be the keeper." Braam found himself walking forward, sitting on a flat boulder near the rock art. Umoya coiled nearby, vast and strange, and yet somehow not threatening. There was a patience to the dragon, a deep stillness that reminded Braam of ancient things, of stones that had watched empires rise and fall, of stars that burned long before life crawled from the sea. "This pass," Umoya began, "is more than a road between places. It is a threshold. Do you understand what that means?" Braam shook his head. "A threshold is a place between, neither here nor there. neither one thing nor another. The pass sits between lowland and highland, between South Africa and Lesotho, between the world of flesh and the world of spirit. It is liminal, thin, and where things are thin, they are also powerful and dangerous. The dragon gestured with its head toward the rock art, which still glowed softly in the darkness. The San understood this. They painted these images not for beauty, though they are beautiful, but for a purpose. These paintings are seals, wards. They help hold the threshold in place, keep the boundaries stable, and ensure that travelers can pass safely between one world and another. But the paintings are old, Braam said, his craftsman's eye noting the faded quality of some of the images. Some are damaged, weathering maybe, or... Yes, Umoya said quietly. The seals weaken over time. This is natural. And for many centuries there have been keepers, human keepers, and before them, keepers of other kinds, who maintained not just the physical pass but the spiritual one, who rebuilt the cairns not just as trail markers but as anchors holding the threshold firm, who watched over travelers in body and in spirit, who kept the balance. The last keeper, Braam said slowly. What happened to them? She died, Umoya said. 3 winters passed. Old age, taken in her sleep, which is as good a death as any mortal can hope for. She had been keeper for 40 years. Before her, her father. Before him, his mother. The pass has always had its keepers. Until now. Why did it take 3 years for me to hear the call? The call goes to many, the dragon said. But few listen. Fewer still act. You were not the first to dream of climbing, but you were the first to actually do it. Braam sat with this information, his mind trying to grasp the enormity of it. He was a stonemason, a craftsman. He understood walls and foundations and the practical weight of stone. This, spirits and thresholds and ancient seals, was beyond his experience. And yet it felt true. Sitting here in the thin mountain air, beneath more stars than he'd known existed, beside a dragon made of mist and starlight, it felt more true than anything he'd known in his previous life. What would I do, he asked, finally. As keeper? Maintain the cairns, Umoya said. They are more important than they appear. Watch for travelers who lose the path. This happens often, especially in mist. Help them. Keep the shelter ready for those who need refuge from storms. Tend the small things, the daily things, the simple acts of care that keep a place alive and functioning. The dragon's eyes glowed brighter. And watch. Watch for signs that the threshold is weakening. The rock art is fading faster than it should. The mist is becoming hostile. Stones are falling when they should be stable. The balance can shift, keeper. It is rare, but it happens. And when it does, you must act. Act how? That, Umoya said, depends on the nature of the threat. I will teach you. We will work together, you and I, mortal and spirit, flesh and wind. This is how it has always been. Braam looked at the glowing rock art, then back at the dragon. And if I say no, then you are free to leave, Umoya said calmly. I would not keep you against your will. The pass would continue as it has these past 3 years, functional, barely, but weakening. Perhaps another would answer the call eventually. Perhaps not. Either way, you would be free, but you would be alone, Braam said. I have been alone for a very long time, the dragon said. Another few centuries would make little difference. Braam stood and walked to the rock art. Up close, he could see the care in the painting. Each line is deliberate. Each figure is placed with purpose. The San artists had known exactly what they were creating. A story, yes. Beauty, yes. But also something more. Something that had lasted 25,000 years and counting. He thought about his workshop in Underberg, his cottage, his reputation as a fine stonemason. All of it felt distant now, like a story about someone else, a life he'd worn like ill-fitting clothes. He thought about the emptiness that had haunted him for years, and how it had eased the moment he'd arrived at this threshold. He thought about purpose, about calling, about the difference between work that fills time and work that fills the soul. "I accept," he said. "I'll be the keeper." The dragon made a sound that might have been pleasure, relief, or a simple acknowledgement. "Then welcome, Braam of the Stone Hands. The pass is yours, and I am yours, and you are ours. Let us begin." The weeks that followed were some of the fullest of Braam's life. He woke each morning before dawn, as he always had. But now the work waiting for him felt different, purposeful, right. He would start by walking the pass, all 8 kilometers of it, from the summit down to where the paved road began at the old trading post. He checked each cairn, each switchback, each section of path that might have eroded or shifted in the night. He moved fallen rocks, cleared debris, and made minor repairs. His dwarf eyes were sharp, his dwarf hands were skilled, and his dwarf back was strong. This was not light work. The pass was steep, brutal in places, and every stone he moved had to be carried or rolled into position. But he found he didn't mind the labor. There was a satisfaction in it that had been missing from his workshop jobs in Underberg. After the morning inspection, he would work on whatever needed the most attention. Rebuilding a collapsed cairn, reinforcing a section of path where erosion had undercut the stones, clearing drainage channels to keep water from washing away the trail. Umoya was often nearby, though not always visible. Sometimes Braam would feel the dragon's presence as a shift in the wind, a sudden warmth in the cold mountain air, a sense of being watched by something benevolent. Other times, usually in the evenings, Umoya would materialize more fully, and they would talk. The dragon taught him about the pass. It taught him how to read the clouds, the way certain formations meant a storm was building, while others promised clear weather. It taught him the routes that different herds of sheep and cattle took across the high plateau and why it mattered to keep those paths clear. It taught him which plants were hardy enough to eat, which held water in their roots, and which could be used for medicine if needed. Most importantly, it taught him about the cairns. They are not just piles of rock, Umoya explained one evening as they sat by the rock art caves. They are built on specific points. Power points, the San would have called them. Places where the veil between worlds is especially thin. When a cairn is properly placed and properly built, it serves as an anchor. It holds the threshold stable. "How do I know if I'm building them right?" Braam asked. "You feel it," the dragon said. "You're a dwarf. Your people came from stone once in the old stories. You have an instinct for it that other people lack. trust that instinct. So Braam learned to trust. When he rebuilt cairns, he would hold each stone for a moment before placing it. He would feel its weight, its texture, the way it wanted to rest against its neighbors. And slowly, he began to notice something else, a kind of humming in his bones when a stone was placed correctly. A rightness that went deeper than visual balance or structural integrity. He was building with purpose now. Each cairn was not just a trail marker, but a prayer, a seal, an anchor holding the threshold in place. Travelers pass through sometimes, not many. Sani Pass was remote, challenging and dangerous in bad weather. But a few vehicles would attempt it, mainly 4x4 trucks, driven by adventurous tourists or Basotho traders moving goods between countries. Braam helped when he could. He guided vehicles through the most challenging sections, helped dig out tires stuck in loose gravel, and warned drivers when the weather was turning dangerous. Some travelers thanked him. Some barely noticed him. All of them benefited from his keeping, whether they knew it or not. The shelter became more homey with each passing day. Braam added small touches, hooks for his tools, a better sleeping mat, a shelf for the books and maps he slowly accumulated. He carved a sign for the door, simple letters in the Afrikaans of his childhood. Die Drumpelwachter, the threshold keeper. He learned the rhythms of the mountain, the way the wind changed direction at noon, the time when the bearded vultures, those magnificent lammergeiers with their 3-meter wingspans, would circle overhead, hunting for bones to drop on the rocks below. The hour when the rock hyraxes emerged from their crevices to sun themselves. He learned the flowers, the red-hot pokers, or nipopia, that bloomed in spectacular spires of orange and yellow along the stream banks. The everlastings, with their paper-dry petals that seemed to glow in the late afternoon sun. The tiny, tough heaths that carpeted the high slopes, survivors of wind, ice, and thin soil. He learned the birds. The Drakensberg rock jumper found nowhere else on Earth, with its distinctive call and bold markings. The mountain pipit, the ground woodpecker that nested in burrows rather than trees. Each species is perfectly adapted to this harsh, beautiful place. And slowly, Braam began to understand what Umoya had meant about the threshold. Sometimes, on very clear nights or very foggy mornings, he would sense something, a thinness to the air, a shimmer like heat haze, where the boundary between here and somewhere else grew gossamer thin. He would see things at the edge of his vision, shapes that might have been people or animals or something else entirely, there and gone in a heartbeat. Once, during a particularly thick mist, he swore he saw a San hunter walk past the shelter, bow in hand, exactly as the rock art depicted. The figure didn't acknowledge Braam, didn't seem to see him at all. It simply walked through the mist, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knew these mountains intimately, and then faded away. You saw true, Umoya confirmed when Braam mentioned it. The threshold allows such things. The past is not as past as people believe, not here. Are they ghosts? Braam asked. They are echoes, the dragon said. Impressions left by lives lived with such intensity, such presence, that they marked the threshold itself. The San lived here for 25,000 years, Keeper. That is a very long time to leave impressions. Winter came to the pass. Snow dusted the high peaks, ice formed on the rocks, and the temperature dropped so low that water froze in Braam's tin cup overnight. The pass became treacherous. The gravel road, difficult in good weather, became nearly impossible. Most of the time, Braam was completely alone, except for Umoya. He didn't mind. He had his work, he had his purpose, and he had the mountain which was never silent, never still, never dull. The wind sang constantly, sometimes gentle, sometimes howling. The rocks creaked and groaned as ice expanded in cracks. The stars wheeled overhead in patterns that seemed almost close enough to touch. He spent the long winter evenings in the shelter, carving small stones with his tools. Simple sculptures, a daisy, a vulture, a protea flower. He left them on the cairn sometimes, small offerings, small acknowledgments that this place was special and deserved beauty as well as function. Spring came slowly to the pass. The snow retreated grudgingly. The first flowers appeared, brave shoots pushing through cold soil, racing to bloom and seed before the short growing season ended. The birds returned in greater numbers, their songs filling the thin air. Braam had been keeper for nearly a year now. The pass showed the difference. The cairns were solid and properly maintained. The path was clear and well marked. Travelers who attempted the climb found it safer than it had been in years, though most of them never knew why. He had settled into the rhythm of the work. His body had adapted to the altitude. His lungs no longer struggled with the thin air. His hands had developed new calluses from handling the mountain stones, harder and sharper than lowland rock. His hair had grown long, his beard had grown full, and he looked less like a lowland craftsman and more like something carved from the mountain itself. And then, one warm evening in late spring, Umoya came to him with trouble in its ancient eyes. "Keeper," the dragon said, "we have a problem." Braam set down the vegetables he'd been chopping for his supper and turned to face the dragon. Umoya materialized more fully than usual, its form almost solid, and the light in its eyes was troubled. "What's wrong?" Braam asked. "Come," the dragon said. "I'll show you." They walked through the gathering dusk to the rock art caves. Braam had visited the site many times over the past year, always marveling at the paintings. But tonight, something was different. The rock art was still glowing. It always glowed softly at night, but the light was dimmer than usual. And as Braam looked closer, he saw that some of the paintings were beginning to fade. The ochre pigments, which had lasted for millennia, seemed to be losing their vibrancy. One image, a beautiful eland with curved horns, had developed a crack running through it, a fine line in the rock face that hadn't been there before. "This started 3 days ago," Umoya said quietly. "At first, I thought it was natural weathering, the slow erosion of time. But it's accelerating. And there are other signs." The dragon moved to one of the cairns near the cave entrance. "Look." Braam examined the cairn. It was one he had rebuilt himself 6 months ago, placed with care, balanced perfectly. But now he could see that several stones had shifted, not fallen, shifted, as if something had pushed them out of alignment from beneath. "I rebuilt this," Braam said. "It was solid, stable. It is not the stonework that failed," Umoya said. It is what lies beneath. The dragon's form rippled with agitation. The threshold is weakening, Keeper. The boundary between worlds which has held stable for centuries is beginning to fail. Something is pushing against it from the other side. What's on the other side? Braam asked. Another world, the dragon said. Not better, not worse, simply other. A place where the rules are different, where things that cannot exist here can exist there, and vice versa. The San understood this. They built their paintings not just as art, but as seals, keeping the threshold strong enough to hold, but permeable enough to allow passage. A controlled boundary. And now that boundary is failing. Yes, and if it fails completely... Umoya's voice grew darker, more resonant, carrying harmonics that made Braam's bones ache. Then the pass will become a no place. Neither here nor there. Travelers will become lost in ways that have nothing to do with geography. The mountain itself may become unstable as the bedrock between worlds begins to shift. Braam sat heavily on a rock, his mind racing. How do we stop it? I don't know, the dragon admitted. I am old, Keeper, but this has not happened in my time. The last great weakening was before I was born, in the age when the first humans were still learning to make fire. The stories say that it took great sacrifice to restore the threshold then. A keeper who gave themselves entirely to the mountain, becoming part of the seal itself. That's not helpful, Braam muttered. No, Umoya agreed, but it tells us that the threshold can be restored. The question is how, and that answer, I think, lies in understanding what you truly are. I'm a stonemason, Braam said, a craftsman. I work with rock. You are a dwarf, the dragon corrected gently, and dwarves came from stone in the oldest stories. Your people were born from the bones of mountains, shaped by the will of earth itself. You carry that heritage in your blood, in your bones. You can speak to stone in ways that other people cannot. Feel it. Understand it. I've always been good with stone, Braam admitted, but speaking to it, that's... Is it? Umoya interrupted. When you place a stone in a cairn, do you not feel when it's right? Do you not sense the balance point, the way it wants to settle? That is not just a skill, Keeper. That is something deeper. The stone speaks to you, and you have been listening all your life without realizing it was a conversation. Braam thought about this. Thought about all the years in his workshop. The way he could look at a piece of stone and know exactly how it would split, where the grain ran, how it would bear weight. He'd always called it experience, instinct, craftsmanship. But maybe it was something more. The cairns are not the answer, he said slowly, working through the problem the way he would work through a complex structural challenge. Or not just the cairns. The rock art, the sand paintings, those are the real seals. The cairns are just anchors, helping hold the seals in place. If the art is fading, if the rock face itself is cracking, then repairing the cairns won't be enough. Yes, Umoya said, you understand correctly. But I can't paint, Braam said. I don't know the symbols, the meanings, the proper ways to create those seals. The sand knowledge is lost. Even if I tried, I'd probably make things worse. The sand knowledge is not entirely lost, the dragon said quietly. It lives in the land itself, in the bones of the mountain. in the threshold that the San helped shape with their paintings and prayers. If you could listen to the stone, truly listen the way your ancestors did, you might hear what needs to be done. Braam looked at the fading rock art, at the crack running through the eland's image. He thought about the emptiness he'd felt in Underberg, the calling that had brought him to this pass, the rightness he'd felt ever since arriving. All of it had been leading to this moment, to this challenge. How do I listen? He asked. By becoming very still, Umoya said. By setting aside your thoughts, your fears, your ideas about what should be. By opening yourself to the mountain's voice. It will not be words, Keeper. It will be feeling, knowing, the kind of deep understanding that exists before language. When should I try? Now, the dragon said, before the weakening progresses further. Go to the largest cairn, the one at the true summit, the one that serves as the keystone for all the others. Sit with it, listen, and wait. Braam nodded, his heart pounding with something that might have been fear or might have been anticipation. He walked through the darkness to the summit cairn, the largest and oldest of all the markers on the pass. It stood nearly as tall as he did, stones carefully balanced in a way that suggested great age and greater purpose. He sat beside it, his back against the cold stone, and tried to become still. At first, there was only his own mind, thoughts tumbling over each other, worries about failure, questions about method, the habitual chatter of consciousness that humans and dwarves and all thinking creatures carry with them like background noise. But Braam was patient. He had spent years learning to work stone, and working stone required patience. So he sat and breathed and let his thoughts settle like sediment drifting to the bottom of a clear pool. Slowly, very slowly, he began to notice things. The cairn was warm, not much, but warmer than it should be given the cold night air. Heat was radiating from it, or through it, from some source below. There was a vibration. So subtle, he wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't been sitting perfectly still, pressed against the stone. A humming, almost below the threshold of hearing. Like the mountain itself was singing in frequencies too low for normal ears. And beneath that, deeper than thought, deeper than sensation, there was a presence. The mountain was aware, not conscious in the way a person is conscious, not thinking in words or planning or choosing, but aware nonetheless, in the way that ancient things are aware, slow and patient and vast beyond comprehension. Braam stopped trying to listen and simply allowed himself to be present, to exist in this moment, at this place, as part of the mountain's breathing. And the mountain spoke, not in words, in knowledge, in understanding, that bloomed in his mind like flowers opening to sunlight. The threshold was not breaking because of some external force. It was breaking because it was incomplete. The sand paintings were seals, yes, but they were mortal work, subject to time and weather and the slow erosion of ages. They needed renewal, but more than that, they needed anchoring. The cairns were meant to be that anchor, but they too were mortal work, rebuilt again and again, over centuries, each iteration a little different from the last. The original knowledge and purpose slowly diluting like wine, mixed with water. What was needed was something that could bridge the gap between the mortal and the eternal, between the changing surface and the unchanging depths, between the work of hands and the work of mountains, something permanent, something that would not fade, erode, or shift over time, something carved not on the surface, but into the bedrock itself. Braam's eyes blew open. He understood now. Not fully, not completely, but enough to know what he had to do. He had to carve. Not paint over the sand work, that would be presumptuous, wrong, a violation of the sacred. But to carve beneath it, into the stone itself, creating a foundation that would hold the painting's power, anchoring them to the bedrock, making them part of the mountain rather than just marks upon it. He stood up and ran back to the rock art caves. Umoya was waiting. "I understand," Braam said, breathless with revelation and altitude. "I have to carve into the rock face beneath the paintings, not replacing them but supporting them, making them permanent." "Yes," the dragon said, and there was satisfaction in his voice. "You heard true. But Keeper, you must understand. This will not be simple carving. This is sacred work. You will need to carve with intention, with understanding, with the full knowledge of what you're creating. Every line must be perfect. Every depth must be exact. You will be creating not just decorative grooves, but channels for power, for the threshold's energy to flow through and stabilize. How do I know what to carve?" "The mountain will show you," Umoya said, "as it showed you what needed to be done. You must listen as you work. Let the stone guide your hand." Braam looked at his hands, broad, strong, scarred from years of work. Craftsman's hands, dwarf's hands, hands that had always known stone. "I'll need my tools," he said. "The good ones, the ones I use for detail work." "Then fetch them," the dragon said, "and begin." Braam worked through the night. He started with the cracked eland, the image that had been most affected by the weakening. He knelt before it, his best chisel in hand, and studied the painting in the lamplight he'd brought from the shelter. The eland was magnificent. The San artist who created it thousands of years ago had captured the animal's grace with just a few lines of ochre. The curve of the back, the proud horns, the delicate legs. It was economical, perfect, and now it was bisected by that terrible crack in the rock face. Braam placed his palm flat against the stone beside the painting. He closed his eyes and listened to the way he'd learned at the summit cairn. The stone was old. Basalt formed in the great lava flows that had covered this part of Gondwana nearly 200 million years ago. It had been liquid once, burning hot, flowing like water. Then it had cooled, hardened, and been thrust upward as the continent split and the escarpment formed. It remembered all of this, the heat, the pressure, the slow millennia of rising. And it recognized Braam's touch as the touch of kin, for dwarves were born from stone in the oldest stories, and stone knew its children. Braam set his chisel at a point just below the eland's hooves, not touching the painting itself, but close, supporting. He tapped with his hammer, gently, once, twice. The sound rang out in the night, clear and musical. The flake of stone came away. He continued, tap, tap, tap. following a line that he could see somehow, not with his eyes, but with that deeper sense, that mountain knowing. He was carving a channel, narrow and deep, running beneath the eland image. It was delicate work, the kind that required absolute attention, absolute precision. One mistake, one chip too deep or angled wrong, and he might damage the painting itself or weaken the rock face further. But Braam's hands were steady. He had done this kind of work for decades, cutting precise joints, shaping stones to fit together perfectly, carving decorative elements that would last for generations. This was the same, except it was also different, because he wasn't just following a pattern he'd designed or executing someone else's specifications. He was listening, following what the stone itself was showing him. Each tap of the hammer was a question, and the way the stone fractured was an answer. The channel grew deeper. It curved slightly, following a path that made no visual sense but felt right in his bones. He was creating a groove, a valley in the stone, that would catch and hold and channel something that wasn't quite physical, wasn't quite energy, but existed somewhere between. The threshold's power, Umoya had called it, the force that kept the boundaries stable, that allowed this place to be both fully here and also opening onto somewhere else. Hours passed. The lamplight flickered as the oil burned low. Braam barely noticed. His world had narrowed to the stone, the chisel, the hammer, the rhythm of the work. Tap. Listen. Adjust. Tap. The crack that had bisected the eland began to change. The edges of the fracture, which had been sharp and new-looking, started to blur. Not physically. The crack was still there, but it seemed less important, less threatening, as if the channel Braam was carving was drawing the weakness away, redirecting it into controlled pathways. As dawn broke, he finished the first carving. The channel ran beneath the entire eland image, a deep groove carved into the basalt, following curves and angles that looked random but felt purposeful. When he stepped back to examine his work, he saw that the channel formed a pattern. Not quite a circle, not quite a spiral, but something that incorporated elements of both. A shape that had no name in his language, but that he recognized as right. The eland painting, which had been fading, seemed more vivid now. The crack was still there, but it had stopped spreading, and the rock around it felt more stable under his touch. Umoya appeared as the sun rose. The dragon looked at Braam's work and made a sound of approval. "Well done, Keeper. You carved true. The seal is strengthening." "It's not enough, though," Braam said. He was exhausted, his hands aching, his eyes gritty from lack of sleep and stone dust. "There are dozens of paintings. I just did one. At this rate, it'll take months, and I don't think we have months." "No," Umoya agreed. "The weakening is accelerating, but you have learned the pattern now. The first is always the hardest. The rest will come faster." "I need to rest," Braam said. "A few hours, then I'll start on the next." He stumbled back to the shelter and fell onto a sleeping platform without even removing his boots. He slept deeply, dreamlessly for 4 hours, and woke with the sun high overhead and a burning sense of urgency. He forced himself to eat, to drink water, to attend to basic needs. Then he gathered his tools and returned to the rock art caves. The next painting was a hunting scene. Human figures with bows, chasing a herd of springbok. The images were faded, barely visible in places, and the rock they'd been painted on was beginning to exfoliate, thin layers flaking away. Braam placed his hands on the stone, listened, found the pattern the channel should follow. He began to carve. This time it went faster. His hands remembered the rhythm from the night before. His ears had learned to hear the stone's guidance more clearly. The channel he carved wasn't identical to the first one, but it was related, like variations on a musical theme. By nightfall, he'd finished 3 more paintings. By the next dawn, 5 more. He worked through the second day without stopping except for water and brief rests when his hands cramped too badly to hold the tools. Umoya brought him food, appearing with bread and dried fruit. "You must eat, keeper. The work requires strength." Braam ate mechanically, barely tasting, his mind still on the carvings. He could see them even with his eyes closed now, the channels he was creating, the patterns they formed, the way they interlocked like the stones in a well-built wall. On the 3rd day, something changed. He was working on a particularly complex painting, a large composition showing what looked like a dance or ceremony, dozens of human figures in elaborate patterns. The rock face here was rugged and uneven, with several existing cracks he had to work around. He set his chisel and began to carve, following the stone's guidance as he had been. But this time, when he struck the first blow, something happened. Light bloomed from the channel. Not bright light, not like fire, but a soft glow similar to what the paintings themselves emitted at night. And it spread, blowing through the groove he'd just carved, racing ahead of his chisel, showing him exactly where the channel needed to go. Braam paused, startled, then understood. The threshold was responding. The work was becoming self-sustaining. Each carving strengthened the next, creating a network, a web of power that was beginning to stabilize the entire cliff face. He continued with renewed energy. The glowing channels made the work faster and clearer. He no longer had to listen quite so hard for the stone's guidance. The light showed him the way. By the 4th day, he'd carved beneath most of the major paintings. The rock art caves glowed even in daylight now, the channels pulsing with soft luminescence, the paintings themselves more vivid than they'd been in centuries. The crack through the eland had stopped spreading entirely. It seemed to be healing, the fractured edges growing slightly less defined, as if the stone itself was slowly knitting back together. The cairns, which had been shifting and unstable, had settled back into perfect balance. When Braam checked them, laying his hands on the stones, he could feel the strength in them. The anchors were holding, but there was still work to do. The largest painting remained, a massive composition at the very back of the deepest cave, rarely seen because it required crawling through a narrow passage to reach it. The image showed something that might have been human, or might have been something else. A figure with outstretched arms, surrounded by lines and symbols that could have been rays of light, power, or connection. Some scholars believed this image depicted a shaman in a trance. Others thought it showed the moment of creation, when the first people emerged from the earth. The San themselves, when asked about such images, had simply said they showed the things that are, Braam crawled into the narrow passage, his tools and lamp in a bag he dragged behind him. The passage was barely wider than his shoulders, the rock pressing close on all sides. It opened into a small chamber, no more than 2 meters across, where the large painting covered most of one wall. He held up his lamp and studied the image. It was magnificent, more detailed than the others, more carefully executed. The central figure seemed to glow with an inner light even before Braam began his work. And as he looked at it, he realized something. This wasn't just a painting, it was a portrait. This was the first keeper, or one of the early ones, a San shaman who had understood the threshold, who had helped shape it, who had created the original seals that Braam was now reinforcing with his carvings. "Hello, old one," Braam whispered. "I've come to finish your work." He placed his hand on the stone and listened. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The stone didn't just speak, it sang. It showed him not just a pattern for one channel, but a pattern for the entire complex, the final piece that would tie all the other carvings together. A master channel that would run from this central image out to all the others, connecting them, creating one unified seal. It was ambitious. It would require cutting through solid rock for several meters. It would take hours, maybe days. And it would require absolute precision, because if he got it wrong, he might destabilize everything he'd already done. Braam took a deep breath, set his chisel, and began. The work was more complex than anything he'd done before. The rock in this chamber was older, harder, and more reluctant to give up its substance. Each strike of the hammer required more effort, and the channel needed to be deeper than the others. But he persisted. Tap, listen, adjust, tap. The hours blurred together. He lost track of time in the darkness of the narrow chamber. There was only the work, the stone, the slowly growing channel that glowed brighter with each cut. At some point, Umoya's voice reached him, muffled through the narrow passage. "Keeper, how goes it?" "Nearly done," Braam called back, his voice hoarse. He realized he hadn't spoken in hours, maybe longer. The final channel, it's connecting to all the others. "I can feel it," the dragon said. "The threshold is stabilizing. The pressure from the other side is easing. You're doing it, Keeper. You're holding the pass." Braam made the final cuts. The channel ran from the central figure out toward the chamber entrance, and he could see where it would connect to the network of carvings he'd made throughout the caves. He made the last strike. The chisel bit deep, completing the channel, and the entire cave system lit up. Light flowed through the channels like water through a stream bed. It raced from the central chamber out to all the other carvings, linking them together, creating one continuous network of power. The rock art paintings blazed with sudden vividness, their colors as bright as the day they'd been made. The crack through the eland disappeared entirely, the stone healing itself with a sound like a sigh of relief. And beneath Braam's feet, the mountain hummed a deep note of satisfaction. He crawled back through the narrow passage, dragging his tools, and emerged into the larger cave to find Umoya waiting. The dragon was almost fully solid now, scales glinting in the light from the glowing carvings. "It is done," Umoya said. "The threshold is sealed, not closed. It remains permeable as it should be, but stable, strong. It will hold for another age." Braam collapsed onto the cave floor, too exhausted to stand. His hands were bleeding, covered in stone dust and minor cuts. His muscles shook with fatigue, but he felt a satisfaction more profound than any he'd known in his years of craftsmanship. He had done this. He had saved the pass. He had fulfilled the purpose he'd been called for. You are a true keeper now, Umoya said gently. Not just one who maintains, but one who shapes, one who holds. The pass is yours, Braam's stone hand, and you are the pass's. Well done. Spring turned to summer on Sani Pass. The everlastings bloomed in carpets of gold and white. The red-hot pokers thrust their fiery spires toward the sky. The bearded vultures soared on thermals, their cries echoing off the rock faces. Braam's hands healed. The cuts became scars, and the scars faded, but his hands remained changed. When he touched stone now, he could feel its voice more clearly than ever before. Not just the practical knowledge of grain and fracture points, but something deeper. The stone's memory, its dreams, if a stone could dream. The rock art glowed each night, the channels he'd carved pulsing with soft light. Travelers who camped near the pass sometimes mentioned seeing strange lights on the cliffs and assumed they were reflections or bioluminescence. They never guessed the truth. The threshold held, stable, strong. The pressure from the other side had ceased. Occasionally, Braam still saw the echoes, the sand hunters, the ancient ceremonies, the ghosts, impressions, or whatever they truly were. But they no longer seemed like signs of weakness. They seemed like proof that the pass was functioning as it should. A place where boundaries were thin but controlled, where the past and present could coexist peacefully. More travelers came as word spread that the pass was safer now, well maintained. Braam helped them when needed, but mostly he kept to his routines. The morning walk, checking every cairn, every section of path. The afternoon was spent working on whatever needed attention. The evening rest by the fire in his shelter. Umoya was a constant companion, sometimes visible, sometimes just a presence in the wind. They would sit together in the evenings and talk about the mountain, about the threshold, about the old stories and the new ones still being made. You could go back, the dragon said once, if you wanted. The pass is secure now. It would hold for years without a keeper, maybe decades. I know, Braam said, but I won't. Why not? Because this is where I belong. Braam looked out at the sunset, painting the peaks in shades of rose and gold. I spent years feeling empty because I was in the wrong place, doing the wrong work. Here, I'm full. Here, I'm right. Why would I leave? You are alone, Umoya pointed out. I have you, Braam said. I have the mountain. I have the travelers who pass through, each with their stories. I have the birds, the dassies, and the flowers. I have work that matters. He smiled. I'm not alone. I'm exactly where I should be. The dragon made a sound of contentment. Then you are wiser than most, keeper. Seasons turned, summer to autumn, autumn to winter, winter to spring. The cycle continued as it always had, as it always would. The pass saw storms and sunshine, snow and wildflowers, the slow, patient dance of weather and time. And through it all, Braam kept watch. He maintained the cairns with the understanding that they were more than trail markers. They were anchors, holding the threshold stable. He watched over travelers with the knowledge that some journeys were more than physical. that crossing this pass meant crossing between worlds in ways most people would never understand. He tended the shelter, the path, the small daily things that made the pass functional and safe. Sometimes, late at night, he would return to the rock art caves and sit before the glowing channels he'd carved. He would place his hands on the stone and feel the mountain breathing, feel the threshold holding, feel the ancient power that the sand had shaped and he had strengthened, flowing through the bedrock like blood through veins. And he would feel grateful for the emptiness that had driven him to seek something more, grateful for the calling that had brought him here, grateful for the work that gave his hands and heart purpose, grateful for the mountain that had accepted him, taught him, and made him one of its own. He was a dwarf, a stonemason, a craftsman. But more than that, he was a keeper, the pass keeper, guardian of the threshold, tender of the way, watcher of the crossing between worlds. This was his calling. This was his purpose. This was his home. And every morning, as he woke before dawn and set out to walk the pass, checking each cairn, each section of path, he felt that rightness in his chest where the emptiness used to be. The pass was his, and he was the pass's, and all was as it should be. As night falls over the Drakensberg, the stars emerge in their millions. The air grows cold and sharp. The rock hyraxes settle into their crevices for warmth. The bearded vultures roost on high ledges, tucking their heads beneath their wings. In a small stone shelter at the summit of Sani Pass, a dwarf named Braam stirs the coals of his fire and adds another piece of dried dung. The flames leap up, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Outside, the wind sings its constant song through the switchbacks and cairns. Tomorrow, there will be more work to do, more cairns to check, more travelers to help, more small acts of care that keep this threshold functioning, this boundary holding, this sacred crossing safe and stable. But tonight, in this perfect moment, there's only rest, only peace, only the satisfaction of work well done and a purpose well fulfilled. Sleep now, dear traveler. The pass is guarded, the threshold holds, the keeper watches through the night, the mountains stand eternal, and the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns. All is well in the high places, all is well. Until the next crossing, until the next journey, until the next story from the Dragon Mountains.